Let's see. Day 3. Yesterday, we had some. Found a way to upgrade our boat, our ship, finally. Jackdaw is getting buffed. Now it's just the amount of money that I need. Realms that I can actually upgrade it. Working on that. Today we'll be trying to get the boat. Boat to be S-class. How many cups of coffee do you have? I was definitely missing one because I needed that. Here we are. Ready to jump in. To be the pirate. Very split. Let's go have a look. That fleet up ahead. It's no worry.
Spanish colors come in! Brig rigging!
We try to take them one by one.
Loose some sail, we move! It's a bloody Royal Navy! Another ship come in! To starboard, sir! Ease her off! There's a man afloat there, sir! There, off our boat! Give us a song, lads! Prepare to engage!
Did all of them start to attack us?
Douse the royals and top!
Oh, I thought I could.
Get the tops and royals down! Load on all the sail we have!
Load it, but no. I did get 125 at least.
Look ahead, look astern, look. Calm her down!
There's a wood. I remember wood was a resource that I will be needing.
Speed, lads! Sir! Think he survived? There, to starboard!
That is another date. Rescue. We can't take on the naval.
Give everything he's got!
I think it was more than 2,000 wood that we were missing. Needing for at least one upgrade, so there is a lot of villaging needed.
axe and gun, oh, we fought for hours three. Go high, go low, and so sailed we. The ship, it was their coffin, and the grave, it was the sea. A sailing down along the river bank.
Quite the squall picking up, Captain.
Charlie Brown, she's the gal for me, boys.
Very good.
Faster now.
How about the other boat?
Down to Trinidad to see Charlie Brown, boys. Row, boys, row, boys, row. Down to Trinidad to see Sally Brown, boys. She's lovely on the foreyard, she's lovely down below. She's lovely 'cause she loves me, that's all I want to know.
Weather's coming against us!
Reset all tops!
I want to board this before we are broken down.
Crowd on every inch of sail!
Trim to! Hardy! I said Hardy!
Oh, now it says insufficient space to board.
Come on, hit the bastards! Fasten yourselves!
My savior would have been able to board the previous ship. Let's see where we start.
Up the shrouds, lads! We sail! Give me every inch of sail!
That is the English convoy.
Shanty! Speed, lads! Where am I to go, me Johnnies? Where am I to go? Way, hey, hey, I roll and go. Oh, where am I to go, me Johnnies? Where am I to go? I'm a young sailor.
Those boats have disappeared from the right side. It's fine.
Oh, way up on that gun. That's where you're bound to go. Way, hey,
Maybe there's money in the... Like, I've been sailing for a while. We had a limit, like 3.5 gallons. I think it was the max.
Settle back. You're bound away to Kingston.
Whatever. Coastal. Well, what does the city? Or our village? Ignore that.
Let the anchor go!
Let's save some for later.
Let's have a look. Great Inagua. Then, yeah. I was unable to go to these areas yet. Thank you, them. How was your streams? Only virtual. I appreciate it. How do you like this costume? We are Captain Morgan. You can actually find this in the game itself. Captain Morgan's reading note. Coat. This is what you get from Deluxe Edition. It is kind of badass. Do I have to travel to Sweden, or are you brave enough to cross the border? Let's see first our ship.
Have you
We
business
got a
to
problem.
contract with me?
It is full. Let's see about the upgrades. Yeah, to have more damage, we need more money. RAM is fine. My hull needs more money. Some pillaging was fine.
Perhaps 'tis, but postponed.
Let's have a chat.
Good show, Captain. You've a talent for action. And justice, if I may say it.
Justice? Aye. I've been hearing it for years.
If
want
you
to be
ever
the
have
captain.
time for more, simply find one of my subordinates and they'll brief you on what needs doing.
Really get some. Is that enough?
What might you be requiring?
Because I need more defense. I was just getting one tap by a couple of boats. 800. The crew amount is fine. More hull. Let's see how much money the island has made. People are paying dividends to us. We are allowing them to live in this beautiful place.
Well concluded.
Got an ear for me, Captain.
I'm pro.
My friend, may I speak with you?
Did you stop?
Yeah, the map is huge. I haven't discovered a lot at all. We need to capture our own fort. Probably that one. Then I can have my own ships traveling here. Making me more and more good in resources. Yep.
A scoundrel is skulking about.
580. That's not bad.
Ships are profit.
Yeah, the whole area is locked. Capture one of the forts to unlock this area. I have more boats here. So far I could salvage all of them. Couple of prigs and two schooners. Here you can see the boats that I've actually collected so far. The Revenge. Jackdaw itself is here. Halfway missing. I actually do not remember what we
That's some
had.
damn fine gear.
It's been so long since I played the original. Definitely like the combat itself, that's different than new. It's really parry focused.
Now, what could I add to make it perfect?
And we have our cat. Oh, 20k needed. You know how. One key for
I'm
this
gonna
costume.
enjoy wearing that.
Templar keys.
A few more works should do this place nicely.
He's the groundskeeper. Fastest way to get down. Oh, okay, yeah, here. We have heavy, light attacks. Right. I think dodge might have been there. And sweeping attacks. Spartan kick. Oh. And I can afford to waste the ammo.
Captain Kenway, a moment.
We have that as well. Let's look at the quests. Only one officer at the moment. Tavern still unlocked enable contracts. Unlocked gate in menu. Back there. Let's see if we can actually unlock it. Where is this quest? Oh. It is a Templar quest. No. That's to get more upgrades. Shall we just set a sail? I did buy some. Do we need the diving bell? Because that's one thing that I did not upgrade for the boat. These are supposed to be easy. You can like mark multiple spots. Multiple spots at the same time. And by the way, I'm playing on low. Without ray tracing again. Damn, it was good. I don't trust my skills on playing the cardboard dice games. I lost a couple of them. Not hit the max bet at least. No, it wasn't that crazy. Still. A little bit.
Anchor's down!
There's our pet. The cat.
Let's get going.
Man your stays, we trim too!
Full sail! Crowd it all!
Check those royals!
Give us a
Restores
shanty.
3 out of 7.
Look ahead, look astern, look the weather in.
Faster now!
Go high, go low, and so sail we. I see a wreck to windward and a lofty ship to lee. A sailing down along the coast, a high harbory. Are you a pirate or a man of war, cried we. Blow high, blow low, and so sail we. Oh no, I'm not a pirate, but a man of war. They're Spanish, sir! Brig rigging! Down along the coast, a high harbory. We'll back up our topsail and heave our vessel to. Blow high, blow low, and so
Spaniards we can take care of.
I've got some letters to be carried home.
Calm her down.
I have some ramming speed.
Broadside they fought along the main. Blow high, blow low, and so sail we until at last the frigates.
The wind is picking up nasty. Fast as you dare. Ease her on. Fire! Fire!
Shh. This was quite perfect.
With a will!
It was perfect. You may try the brick. That was probably
That was pretty.
Let's repair our boat. Wanted level is not yet done. Has somebody actually looking for us?
Their ancients are Spanish.
Put on some sail.
Loose the mains, half sails.
We got some resources. We need more. There's the bull shark. Let's go for that after. Saying hi.
Faster now. All right, Jack, sing.
Oh, there's a storm.
I met the finest craftsman.
Fire! No more singing! Time to fight! Fire! She's loaded! Fire! Just say the word!
Ease the mains off the wind.
Ease the spanker! Hold down!
The glue. We can still fight a couple of boats until we get promoted.
We can
Welcome
board
over,
and
Skull.
take out.
Grappling hooks away! Let's to the prize! Do not let them board us! ¡Maldita sabandija!
Alright. I want to move as well. Mount is mine! It is ours. We didn't get hit too much. A bit lower. But 250. Was when I need 20k. At least 20k. Okay, now for the
Give me
butcher.
more sail. Give me every inch of sail.
Watson, Randy Dundee.
Now you're ready to sail.
Fast as you dare.
Roll and go. Our boots and our
Shipwreck
clothes
Jack
are
ahoy!
all in the
Still alive, Captain.
all
Full,
the
Captain.
candy heave a pole, heave away. Roll and go. The anchor's on board and the
One more book.
keel's all
This is how it goes.
on again, dandy.
Get close to objective and then we'll be
We'll be warping her
village.
through the locks. Way, roll and go. Where the pretty young girls all come down in their
Ease up. Pull the dogs out. Fire! Fire! Cannot make the wind closer. Fire! Shorten sail. Get off the squall. Shall we board her, Captain?
We shall.
Paul! Reel the lubbers in! Not one of the swabs that's foot on our deck!
Not good enough.
Right to time. And taking their personal belongings as well. Ah, I can feel the last spot. We can salvage. Salvage the boat. Holds one there on our fleet as well. No. Harpooners.
Unreef the mains.
Luckily the storm did not last for long.
Trim as near the wind as you dare.
That is another Spanish.
Let's have a song then.
Let's see about this blue shark.
Fancy some fresh meat, Captain?
Ready the whaleboat, lads.
Let's see how this goes.
He's pulling, Captain! Yes! We've lost him!
Any sighting?
Watch it, larboard bow! Got you now, Finn! Something's coming.
An animal attack can only be interrupted by perfect shot.
There he is! Larboard bow! Nice one! Steady now, lad!
We have 11 harpoons.
Keep an eye out for that fin. Look out! Starboard bow! Finish him off, sir!
Good set.
Something's coming. Straighten off the larboard bow! We've done it now!
My sword!
Hoist him up!
Only lost half. I think I had 20 harpoons.
Well done, Captain.
Old shark skin. Lost.
Spanish ensigns! Schooner!
Yeah.
Mains out! Trim to the wind!
Sail off the loose mains!
I'm not sure if those sharks are respawn. I don't remember at all.
We're sailing large now!
All right, Jack, sing!
Spanish ensigns! Let not alone, sir! Ahead, sir!
Oh, whiskey is the life of man. Whiskey before the jolly old.
Alice! Shipwreck was right!
Set a ball!
The ram is level 2 or 3. It works really well versus these small boats. Here we have some competition. We are full. So we are lowering the wanted level. Isn't it actually weird OP that we can lower our wanted level? Just from raiding boats.
Up the shrouds, lads! We sail!
Next
Loose
target.
tops and royals! Wreck survivor here, sir! Search for!
Our crew is full. Yeah, it's nice. He's at blues.
Yo, heave-ho! Heave! Heave!
We have a fight here. Where did you come from?
It's pretty to watch.
Yeah, go to her. Let's just repair the boat. Seems we took some damage.
Shipping up for a big blow,
Give me more sail. Stun stones.
Oh,
Use
there
all
was
the
a
wind
beautiful
you can.
whale. It's a free loot. No, what are you?
Give us a shanty.
Spaniards, can
Naval fortress is 4.
They'll be looking for us.
Jabara. This is where the Spanish hold their prisoners.
Aye, and lock them in gibbets to wither in the salt air.
We got too close.
Sooner be given to the mercy of the open sea than that place.
These are apart walls.
Fast as you dare. Ease up.
Is this too close to the...
Fire! Douse the royals and tops!
So far so good. Wasn't too close. I don't hit by them much.
Say the word and at the grapple path comes
Yes.
order!
Reel them in, me trumps!
Keep them up on deck!
Let's repair the boat. I think I can take the fort though.
Unfurl mains, let's move! Studs out! Let's get moving!
Leave the fort and they'll be sure to repair the damage.
Any other boats available? There's one who wants to be rescued here. Careful. There's another harpoon spot. Let's take the schooner first. It's gonna be faster.
Speed, lads! Ease her off!
Okay, good.
Give everything she's got! Fire!
Hold your tongues and prepare to engage!
Fire!
Oh, very
Pull them in with a will!
Distance and use the mortar on her! Keep like that clear! We have a noose! You bloody
not that much defense allowed. Let's be full health. We can take on the ship which is in front of us.
Every last scrap of duck on the wind!
Loose and stay tight!
Fire! Reef the topsails and gallants!
Anchor ahoy!
Let's get going.
No, I wanted to anchor the other way. Aboard the boat.
Pull them down to hell, lads!
It's fine. His animation was a bit low. Oh, we got some health. One of us sit up. Now we got lower the level. Happy fellows, they survived. What are you?
King Philip's bastards, Cap! Schooner, sir!
Doesn't have any wood. No wood either. Salt Lagoon. That's a place
Mains out, trim to the wind.
I have a treasure map, but for some reason I should able to find the treasure.
Get the tops and royals down.
Tonsils, let's ride this squall!
Where did we see the pool? Oh, hardcore spot.
The wind has us!
Some wood. Oh, it will sank for one shot. Yeah.
Reef mains, douse topsail.
Now, Mitrums!
More sail, we need to budge. Speed, lads.
Let's see about those boats. I don't see the hardcore spot anymore.
Ease up.
Spanish ensigns! They're not alone, sir! Ahead, sir!
let's get that grandpa. Run down by that. Oh, that's broke.
Faster now! Calm her down!
Big brother! Should be board and take her!
Yo! Heave ho! Heave! Heave!
Keep them back!
Well, that was first. Do we want the first level? Not yet, I would say.
Catch me some wind.
Where are you? Marker for the fort.
Starboard, Captain!
All sail! Fill those sticks!
Now prove it, my trumps!
Our force patrol these waters closely, Captain.
Deeper.
Give everything she's got!
Now the harpoon spot also visible. 800 meters this way.
Set her back!
My boat!
Douse the four, hurry!
Give me every inch of sail! Up yards! Douse topmast sails! Get them aloft, let's go!
Jack's ready to grapple him, sir! Pull him down to hell, lads!
This is mine!
Come on deck, my lads!
But when we get the takedown,
Almost too easy.
can't be killed. It's like saved by cutscene. I don't mind it. Shall we look how much money we have gathered this time? 2,581. That is no.
Unreef the mains.
There's a harpoon spot behind us.
Spaniards!
It's a brig!
Full sail! Crowd it all!
Keep
Faster now!
More than one, sir!
Ease her off!
They're just like them pretty girls when they get them.
Ease off the wind!
That was fast. The ramming deals so much damage.
Pull them in with a will!
Beat them back!
I'm the board! Someone almost shot me. Hey. Somebody really fought me. Then I got spear. Sworded. No good.
Mains out! Trim to the wind!
Let's go for the heart.
All sail! Fill
Maybe we can
those
do
sticks.
something with the skins of wildlife. That was an embarrassing death.
Shanty!
Some good meat here for spearing, Captain.
Let's hunt, lads.
Hopefully I have recovered my harpoons. Yeah, we had 20.
It's a hit!
He's pulling, Captain!
Any sighting?
Where are you, Hammerhead?
He's coming for us! Straight ahead!
Dog's hit!
Okay, that's our boat's
He's
line.
coming.
Thank you, how'd that go?
Sighted off the larboard bow!
Got you now, fish! Careful, lads! He's bloody
What if-
strong!
Freaking 9 months.
Stay sharp, lads!
I have some plans. No, no.
Look out! Lob on him, Captain!
Nobody. Thank you.
Something's coming.
There he is! Larboard bow! Finish him off, sir! He's pulling, Captain!
Fins out for that fish!
My Hammerhead!
They've got the hammer!
A fine haul today, sir.
Shh. We also got a bone. Okay, now about the boats.
Catch me some wind.
Let's catch some wind, lads.
What is that?
Pirates, Captain! Schooner, fire rigging!
That's ours.
All right, Jack, sing.
Whiskey is the life of man. Whiskey, Johnny. Oh, whiskey is the life of man.
Whiskey is the life of man. Sorry.
I drink whiskey when I can. Whiskey, Johnny. I'm drinking out of an old tin can. Whiskey for the Johnny, oh. Whiskey gives a broken nose. Whiskey, Johnny. Whiskey makes me fall my toes. Whiskey for the Johnny, oh. Whiskey drove me around Cape Horn. Whiskey, Johnny. It was many a month when I was
Speed off.
gone. Whiskey for the Johnny, oh. I thought I heard the old man say, Whiskey, Johnny.
Oh, we destroyed it.
Royal Navy, Captain! Schooner, sir! They're Royal Navy! They're not alone! A bow, sir!
Not alone. There's a Spanish ship. Let's go through that.
We are losing the wind, Captain.
Oh, that actually hit the bridge.
Douse the royals and tops.
Grapples ready!
Let's get this.
Reel them in, me truck.
Rest.
Keep my deck clear. We have a loose.
Almost shut down. And back. Squad. Oh, wait. You're mine. Now let's see how many other boats there were.
Give me some speed. Fire! Tops! Gallants! Wiles! Fire! Fire!
Say the word to left, right, grapples!
What about you as well?
Yo, heave ho! Heave! Heave!
Luckily that doesn't exist. Hey! Why fight one on one when you fight? Team versus body. What we gonna do with these guys? We'll prepare our boat.
Clews down! Catch some wind! Fire! Studs out! Let's get moving! Fire! Fire!
Give everything she's got. Calm her down.
Oh, those actually were enough.
Fire! Haul up the royals!
We do have some sugar. We could sell on the shore and find more money.
I've got you dead to rights. To planks.
Now, what are you both? You are no boat at all. Why I have the marker? Or it's another bull shark. Then here is a hammerhead. Templar hunt. Oh, I haven't been there.
Up the shrouds, lads! We sail!
Loose all. Party like.
That's the
Speed,
boat.
lads! Shanty!
Hey boys! Oh, just hear the old man say goodbye, fare ye well, goodbye, fare ye well. Oh, don't just hear the old man say goodbye, boys, we're homeward bound. We're homeward bound to Liverpool town.
Wind is favorable, we can actually fit.
Set her back!
Where all of them duties they will come down.
Spanish colours coming. Good to
Give everything she's got!
Ease her off! Oh, Sally and Polly for the flash men do wait. And one to the other way.
Faster now!
Which for he must pay. Well, these like ours in will ring the old bell. Goodbye, fare ye well. Goodbye, fare ye well. And with them duties we'll raise merry
First,
yell.
no, I'm actually really relaxed. We're just sailing on a boat,
Bound to the gals
on a big
of
ship.
the town. Goodbye, fare ye
Village.
Calm her down!
and happy your bullies and even all round.
Don't care who we hit.
And
Ease the mains off the wind! Pull them in with a will!
He is trying to be sweet. Oh, right. Let's lower the level to 0. Unknown.
They're Jack Spanish! She's a cutter!
They don't have much. I'm almost one.
Let's get going. Loose all sail!
close, Captain.
Yeah, these cutters are not the worst. They don't have any money.
All right, Jack, sing! Up yards, douse topmast sails! All sail! Fill those sticks!
Small boats are having a battle. Let's run them. You do get less when you run them. These are just small boats. That was a mistake. Not much.
Give everything she's got!
All dressed in white, like some fair bride.
Cannot be far now.
Nolan.
And bravely in her bosom fair. Lowlands away the joy.
Set her back!
A red, red rose, my
We are on a ramming angle. Anomaly stabilized. And now we are almost at water sprout. Let's board it.
Bring them in for a
Lower.
steely kiss!
Not one of the slots is full of our decks!
I have a cannonball. Okay, first distortion.
Missed!
Low. Not the
Hey! Come on! Hey! Hey! Hey!
not the Viking Rose. That is the Salt Lagoon. Local officers. Personal matter. That's a hard one. Ivernavi. Let's fast travel and sell our stuff. We can also upgrade. We have some extra sugar and wine. Hey, can I pet the turtle? We can feed it. Everybody gets the same food. Must have some.
Got a moment.
Really tell
What
it.
in God's name?
Are
Been
you-
thinking, Captain. Why not build ourselves a grand old bonfire by the beach? The lads would be in better cheer if they had such a spot to let loose. You savvy?
6,000 drunk pirates are free to hire. Unlocks 2 new ship turrets for increased fleet. Sorry, too poor. Need to go to the general store and
Got an ear for me, Captain.
sell stuff first. Oh, hey.
Have you lost your wits, Shaver?
What can I do for you?
I went too far. Can be used in crafting upgrades for adverse gear or sold at the nearest general store for profit. We have a lot of rum. Trying to make back the money. spell key. This is not enough.
Done. Come back anytime.
I'm not a man to forget what's owed me.
Let's look at how's the crafting going. Edward to carry 2 pistols. Increase smoke bomb capacity. Let's get that. Now it needs a hoodie. I don't think we have seen that yet. Capuchin monkey. Nope. I have not seen those. Progress to unlock, so we could use the deer hearts, berserker darts. We can have more health. Hammerhead shark bones. I got 2 out of 4. Dart pouch and then the sleep dart. We can't sell our weapons. Cutlass or rapier. What was the other one?
He's a good lad. Patient.
Havana. And then there's Nassau. There's 1 naval contract. $2 million stairs. That's the original island we started. That's a howler monkey. Is there a key that I haven't collected? 6,300 meters. Where you are? That is so far away. A proper shipwright. Look at the salt key. Maybe we do this. Before that though, I do want to use the toilet.
Give voice, you Tars!
Make the guy sing, and I'll be right back.
Old Ireland, England, old Ireland, England, old Ireland, Ollie, Ollie, ho! Paddy McGinty, Paddy Jock and Jackie too, Paddy McGinty, Ollie, Ollie, ho! Shamrock and Rose, boys, Shamrock, Rose and Thistle too. Shamrock and Rose, boys, Holly, Holly, ho! England, old Ireland, England, old Ireland, England, old Ireland, Holly, Holly, ho! Ireland, Ireland!
Johnny Bunker, come rock and roll me over. To me, Johnny Bunker, do. Oh, to me, Johnny Bunker, the skipper is a rover. To me, Johnny Bunker, do. Oh, to me, Johnny Bunker, the mate is never sober. To me, Johnny Bunker, do. Oh, to me, Johnny Bunker, the bosun is a tailor. To me, Johnny Bunker, do. Oh, to me, Johnny Bunker, we'll all go on a jamboree. To me, Johnny Bunker, do. Oh, to me, Johnny Bunker, the packet is a-rolling. To me, Johnny Bunker, do. Oh, to me, Johnny Bunker, we're pulling all together. To me, Johnny Bunker, do. Oh, to me, Johnny Bunker, we'll hope for better weather. To me, Johnny Bunker, do. Oh, to me, Johnny Bunker, and soon we'll be in London town. To me, Johnny Bunker, do. Oh, to me, Johnny Bunker, come rock and roll me over. To me, Johnny Bunker, do. Look ahead, look astern, look the weather in the lee. Go high, go low, and so sail we. I see a wreck to windward and a lofty ship to lee. A sailing down along the coast of High Harborie. Oh, are you a pirate or a man of war, cried we. Go high, go low, and so sail we. Oh no, I'm not a pirate, but a man of war, cried he. A sailing down along the coast of High Harborie. We'll back up our topsail and heave our vessel to. Blow high, blow low, and so sail we. For we have got some letters to be carried home by you. A sailing down along the coast of High Harborie. For broadside, they fought all on the main. Blow high, blow low, and so sailed we. Until at last the frigate shot the pirates' mast away. Sailing down along the coast of High Harborie. With cutlass and gun, oh, we fought for hours 3. Blow high, blow low, and so sailed we. The ship, it was their coffin, and the grave, it was the sea. Sailing down along the coast of High Harborie.
Let's move.
Names out, trim to the wind.
Where is this auto marker? What was it? The key. Oh, it's at the same spot. If we happen to see good boats, the village along the path, why not?
Fast as you dare.
The dirty old man's on the poop.
We are losing our fair wind, sir.
We'll house her up and he's done.
We do need a little more resources.
We'll pay Penny Doyle for his boots.
Some free wood. And white. Always. Happy to acquire.
They're not alone, sir! Come it! The Spaniards rig come! Schooner, fire rigging! And the other
Those Spanish boat is trying to get
Swim
away.
as near the wind as you dare. Gallants, royals, furl! Faster now!
Whiskey is the life of man. Whiskey, Johnny. Oh, whiskey is the life of man.
Tease her off!
I drink whiskey when I can. Whiskey, Johnny. I drink it out of an old tin can. Whiskey for a Johnny.
Speed, lads!
No need to stop. What are you? And those schooners we've taken. We have enough of them.
Give us a song, lads.
They're Spanish, sir!
Go for that.
We'll all drink brandy and gin. We'll all shave under the chin.
That's the point.
We'll all throw out and a good. The dirty old man on a boat.
Douse the gallants and royals!
Oh, that didn't hit that anything.
Fire! Wind's no longer with us! Should we board her, sir?
Where's it?
Pull them in with a will!
That was a nice plan, right? Can't get shot. I don't have any potions. He really was just standing. Woo! Back to 0 for the level.
Loose some sail, we move! Faster now!
Another brick.
Let's have a song then.
It's along the way.
Whiskey, Johnny. Oh, whiskey is the life of man. Whiskey for the Johnny. Oh, I drink whiskey when I can. Whiskey, Johnny. I drink it out of an old tin can. Whiskey for the Johnny.
Time to fight! Fire! Fire! Douse all but mains!
That was quite beautiful.
Away to Boulder, Kelly!
That wind's no small gale, sir. Grappling hooks away! Let's to the prize!
Oh. My boat, my rules. Let's keep our boat fully intact.
Give me more sail.
Get on that main sheet!
Get the tops and royals down.
Let's hear about the wild goose.
Did you ever see a wild goose sailing o'er the ocean?
Man, we almost got the ramp by wet.
They're just like them pretty girls when they get the notion.
Spaniards! More than one, sir!
Welcome, Sorka. How are you today?
The other morning I was walking by the river, and
Ease her off!
Want to do some harpooning?
Last the harpoon.
Assassin, what kind of fish? I've taken care of a bull shark and hammerhead. This seems to be another bull shark.
Here we go! It's a hit!
Any sighting?
Okay, it's a bull shark.
Look out! Starboard bow! Don't like that!
Where are you, you bastard?
Come here.
Sighted off the larboard bow! Stung him! The bastards pulled the rope! Stay sharp,
We will
lads.
try to attack once again.
Watch it, larboard bow! Time to end this, Captain.
Patience, patience.
Show yourself.
Sighted off the larboard bow! We've got it now!
My shark.
Hoist him up!
We get 2 skins or 1.
Captain.
2 and a bow.
Get them aloft, let's go.
Nice.
Stunsails! Use all the wind you can.
Do
you happen to hear why the Redcoat should be so interested in her?
No more than any other pirate.
It's strange she warrants such infamy. I'm interested to hear the truth of it.
It's not like you to take us on a mission of goodwill without promise of pay.
It's not for amusement, Addy. You know yourself the state of the ship. We need a decent shipwright. This lass is all I've found.
stormy weather, when the wind blows, we're all together. Blow even westerly, blow even blow. Jolly sou'wester, boy, steady she goes.
There we can sell our loot.
You eat the dough, boys, and
We have the wind at our back!
stormy weather, when the wind blows, we're all together.
Ease the mains off the wind!
Oh, this fisherman camp.
Up jumps the whale, the largest of all. If you want any wind, well, I'll blow you a squall, and it's when
We are trying to find a proper ship master. Somebody who would build us new upgrades for free. Hopefully we do not need to spend a lot of gold.
Stay at a distance. We don't want to raise their hackles. I'll swim over.
She's on a prison ship near Salt.
Captains to the briny!
Those hawks trying to bite me here. Those Subnautica monsters.
Easy now.
Me as well. It's that new prisoner Lieutenant Maynard brought in. She's trouble. Mark my words.
Bloody Maynard. Nothing's ever enough for him.
None of them balls are any good. They say she murdered her own grandfather. No, he had it coming from what I hear. The apple don't fall far from the tree. It's a shame, darling. She's a pretty little thing. Don't be a fool. She'd cut your throat the minute your back was turned.
You heard nothing? We'll take care of everybody.
This looks right.
Dead. Aye. On my bloody watch.
Sorry, your watch was the last. You are just waiting for me. We'll get with the rescue. What do we have here? Many guards, many prisoners. Well, it's a prison boat.
The new prisoner's a Baldwin.
I don't care who she is. She's a pirate. They're going to strip.
How'd they catch her? I didn't hear. Only that she fought like a banshee. It took 3 men to hold her. And she's no bigger than a cabin boy.
I must be close.
Ah!
So this is the one with the keys.
Is the governor taking
You all right?
And who in blazes are you?
I'm Edward. Can't see anything else. Never feet. Let's skip.
I'm your passage out of here. Quickly.
I don't know you from Blind Bart.
I need a shipwright. And you're in need of better lodgings. That's it. Time to go. It's me or the hangman.
You make a fine argument. Lead on.
Are there more crew on the boat? Or was this our escape?
We must right their ships!
New crew on board. Lucy Baldwin, shipwright, scourge of the Caribbean.
Welcome aboard.
It's a decent enough tub.
The Jackdaw's no tub, I promise you.
We sink them by hand. One at a time. Though we did not get hurt. It seems we lost some health.
You've pissed off some powerful people.
I wish I could take credit. I've been stitched up.
Yeah, you and every pirate on the open seas, lass.
I'm keen to get some distance from this place.
Cannons! Royals! Foul! More sail! We need to bunch! Ease the mains off the wind! Loose all sail! Grappling
Swing on
hooks
board.
away! Let's to the prize!
Let's lower the level. So we're gonna board on a British ship. There are them. Snooks.
Welcome to the Jackdaw shipwright. You can see for yourself, she's no slouch.
Your ship proud? I respect that.
She could use some work, if I'm honest. We need your skill. What say you to joining us?
You don't mince words, do you? I suppose I could look around, see what needs doing. First, I need a decent drink. I had nothing but fouled water in that damn cell for days.
It's a matter of some urgency, then. We'll have to go ashore. Put on some sail!
They are aloft on the fore, come on!
Lead convoy ship.
Reef mains, douse topsails!
Spaniards! Schooner by the rigging!
Shall we have a try on the frigate?
Crowd in on, all of it!
Let's give it a try.
Give everything she's got! Calm her down!
Gallants and warriors! Fire! Hear that damage! Fire! Fire!
Are we getting hit? We can't yet take a frigate. Need more help! Damage.
Catch me some wind!
We ride the wind, for all she's worth!
Give us a song, lads.
Hey boys, how don't you hear the old man say goodbye?
The Spaniels, Captain! Bring, sir!
How don't you hear the old man say
Sails, Captain! All the bows, sir!
we're homeward bound to Liverpool
Set her
town?
back!
All hands on deck!
Fire! Crews up! Eat her sticks! Fire! Mains out, let's go!
Well, we didn't even take a hit.
Do we board her now, sir?
That is a smaller boat.
Pull them down to hell,
Right,
lads!
hold this. Oh, there's still this one. Street is full. It needs 20k.
Give me some speed! Every last scrap of duck on the wind! Fire! Fire! Douse the royals and tops!
I really thought I could fight.
Trim as near the wind as you dare! Fast as you dare!
Who is fighting there?
A song!
England, old Ireland, England, old Ireland, England, old Ireland, all in all.
Fire! Fire! Haul up the royal! More sail! We need to budge! Ease up! Fire! Fire!
Where's the close?
Fire!
So we can
Paul! Reel the lubbers in!
repair the.
Do not let them board us!
I am your new captain. Okay, let's repair.
Unreef the main!
Here's all I needed help. We've taken some bull sharks. Maybe for
Give everything she's got!
Clear the rigging! All aboard!
Give us a song, lads!
Now you're ready to sail for the Horn. We're rolling Spaniards! Our boots
Hold 'em
are
one,
gold,
sir! Hold 'em bow, sir!
we're all again dancing, dancing. Keep up, schooner by the rigging!
Wind is shaping up for a big fire! 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 Trim the yards off the wind! Loose all, let's move! Fire! Fire! Fire!
oh, we're wrong.
Fast as you dare! Fire!
Let's ride the ram.
Ease her off! Fire! Clue up, foremast rig!
Made it here. Hurt our ship.
some sail, we move!
Those
Pull them down to
from barrels, they deal a bit of damage. That's a good hit. First, efficient. Where was the
Give me more sail! Stunt those! Use all the wind you can!
Was it Hammerhead? I think this was Hammerhead. Okay.
Speed, lads!
There's a lot of water to cover. We are quite fast.
Paddy McGinty, Paddy Jock and Jackie, Paddy McGinty, Paddy, Paddy, Shamrock and Rose, boys, Shamrock, Rose and Thistle, Shamrock and Rose, boys, Paddy, Paddy,
Ease up!
England, old Ireland.
Let's hunt, lads.
Heard last time you were quite easy prey, but we are still like in the easy area. Just understandable.
Yes! Hang on, we're off! He's dropping free, sir! Any sighting?
It's coming for Nethug.
Look out! Forward! It's a hit! See anything yet?
It was good that I upgraded the bolt's armor as well.
I see him off the starboard bow! Ah! He's pulling, Captain! Stay sharp, lads!
Was pulling.
Look out! Got it! Forward! Where are you, you bastard?
Show yourself.
There he is! Starboard bow! Finish him off, sir! That's right! Tire yourself out!
My fish! We're gonna eat well. Hammerhead shark bolts. Okay. We didn't get skins this time.
Spanish ensigns! Cutter, sir!
Raise
Let's
your
be
voices,
peaceful.
trumps!
Hey boys! Oh, oh, just hear the old man say goodbye, very well, goodbye, very well. Oh, don't just hear the old man say goodbye, we're homeward bound to Liverpool town. Goodbye, very well, goodbye, very well. Where all of them duties they will come down.
We could have fast travel, but it's way more fun.
And when we get to the Wallasey gates, of Sally and Polly for the Flashmen do wait. And run to the other well.
Hey, what happened? Winter turned us around.
Set
Full sail! Crowded all!
Well, these like ours and we'll ring the old bell. Goodbye, fairly well. Goodbye, fairly well. And with him duties we'll raise merry hell. Hurrah, me boys, we're homeward bound. We're homeward bound to the gals of the town. Goodbye, fairly well. Goodbye, fairly well. And step me your bullies and even all round. Hurrah, me boys, we're homeward bound. And when we get home,
They're
boys,
Spanish,
oh,
sir!
when we fly round. Goodbye, fairly well.
Ease up!
Let's take that.
We'll leave up the
Captain, a word.
What's on your mind?
Thank you,
shipwright?
Lexeron.
Are you ready for that drink?
Easy. I'm not your shipwright
Thank
yet.
you, Hataka,
I
for
was thinking to put
gifting.
ashore
That
when
is
we're next
huge.
near land.
Ah, you're not leaving. I thought
Appreciate
the
it.
Jackdaw and her crew would secure
Hopefully-
your good opinion.
Not yet, at
The
any
heat
rate.
is not too
I'm
crazy.
just in need of some good rum. And distraction.
Spoke like a pirate. I know a place with an abundance of
Still
both.
no punch.
I've yet to finish here. You weren't jesting when you said the ship needs work. I'll find you at the tavern when I'm done.
Let's create some room.
Reef in all tops! Fire! Fire!
Pitää misfittoos.
Loose all and trim sharp to the wind! Fire! Cruise up! Ease her sticks!
You also wanted the free AC BF game. What's a BF?
Let's get going.
Like, oh,
Lay the train!
Ain't a word to let
it's Black Flag.
Apples, sir!
Reel them in, me trumps!
I get that. It's such a pleasure to be a pirate captain. That's probably if you stream the game and I sub or gift that you get the game. Okay, that's actually huge, promo.
That was nice.
Really? That's wonderful. Let's repair. Like, was it on the... like, as a drop? No, we do have. Is it showing here? Or another drops. Relaunch the update, of course. Oh, the page is not responding. There's multiple different types of drops dependent on game. That is true. Some have even patches, like I think Claire found a site. Do you have all campaigns? Okay, there is one. Oh, now it goes to the big church. Also, Black Flag Resynced. One sub per gift. For me, it doesn't show more. Here. Connected. You get a patch. Oh, you get a patch. One new recording or gift subscription. Claire was asking for this. Till August 1. Mega Knight, are you here? There's a possibility for you to get a patch. He's been a patch hunter. Until August 1st. I got this water slug from Subnautica. But now you are a pirate. How does it feel? You did swap it. Feels no different. Are you sure? I want that patch as well, why not? Who's feeling lucky? The Molten Sun. Now I have the patch as well. Crazy. True pirate.
Catch me some wind.
Let's try to get Hyroxy. How are you doing? Do you want to be a pirate as well?
All sail! Fill those sticks!
We are being hunted. I don't think we can take that.
Faster now! Give us a shanty!
A poor old man came riding by.
Hey, it's actually not bad. We could try. No, thanks, no.
Reef the gallants!
They came to capture us, and look what's happening.
Get mainsails into the wind!
My boat now, boys.
Can we let fly the grapples and board us, sir?
Mostly going well. I found out that we need a lot of resources to not die to every boat. Is there being couple? Okay, my aim was
Not quite.
can't afford to die. There's actually quite many here. Don't want to give up. Bounty hunters want to fight until the bitter end.
That was class.
We got lower the level from 1. But yeah, things cost a lot to upgrade. Yes, you definitely do. You take more. But there's those
No use wallowing about here.
like some people are shooting at us. Well, those are a bit hard to
Stun stones. Use all the
see
wind you
from
can.
far away. But the parry mechanic makes the fighting not that hard. You see a blue color, you can parry that perfectly and then you have a free takedown. Depending on your weapons, you can sometimes do double takedowns. Double takedowns as well. Let's see what Lucy has for us. We rescued her from a prison ship. And she's supposed to build us something good for the ship.
Give everything she's got.
Oh, to me, Johnny Poker, and soon we'll be in London town.
We're landing on our home blues.
Oh, to me, Johnny Poker, rock and roll me on.
This is Captain Morgan's outfit.
Ease off. Bring in some sail.
The men! Clew up gallants!
You can actually find it in the cave. But we really look like a pirate, not the assassin.
Aye, aye, sir.
Farewell and adieu to you, Spanish lady.
Well, that's enough for now.
Farewell and adieu.
Let's sell our goods and have the chat with the lady.
can we? A moment.
What's on your mind then?
He's selling a pirate cloak. Crocodile leather. Shark bones. Tiered semi-figure. Some of these are a bit expensive. I'm here to save money. We have 67 glasses of barrels of wine. We need the resources, like metals of wood, not trade goods. But yeah, for this also land wildlife products, these we need to upgrade
Our
ourselves.
pleasure. See you next time.
Get better. Now I have 4 hammerhead shark bones, so I can have more health. Rabbit belts needed. I haven't seen any rabbits. To get 2 pistols. Huntia hide. To have more smoke bombs. And capuchin monkey belts to have more bullets. And now it's a jaguar belt that we are missing. 4 of them to have even more health. We have almost 20k. I do want to use the toilet. Refill my water bottle. I'll be right back. Okay, now let's have the chat with Lucy. Wait another day. I can actually go and salvage a couple of ships as well.
Getting pickled, are you?
We can...
You're murdering the wrong people if you've gained the king's
Salvage.
enthusiasm.
Accused of
some
murdering.
resources.
It's
Maybe
a
they give
fucking
us
stitch-up, I told you.
What will you do now, then? You could join us. You won't find a better ship than the Jackdaw, nor a fairer crew.
Christ, you're relentless.
Does she want her own boat,
need
or
you.
what's the deal?
So you said. You did keep me from hanging.
True.
But that doesn't mean you own me.
Also true.
The jackdaw's not a bad tub, and the crew know their work well enough. What else have you got for me?
I'll show you. It might not look like much yet, but it will in time.
I've puked in every town from here to Havana. What's different about this one?
This is ours. A place where men and women can live easy and free as God made them. Nothing but sun, rum, and leisure.
You've rehearsed that little speech. Are the words all yours?
Mine.
They are.
And those of friends. They're not any less true for that.
I was just asking.
Edward, trust you to come at the right time. I've got a pot of plantain fresh off the fire.
Plantain. That's what you should have led with.
You can depend on it.
Let's eat up at the villa. I want you to see it anyway.
Villa?
It is a
Lardy-dardy,
beautiful
next
villa.
you'll tell me you're not pirates, but noblemen.
I always hoped one would lead to the other.
Little detour.
Day for it, Edward.
You're a bit short.
Aye, and better for being free to do it.
Please.
Divert themselves.
That's a pretty morsel you found there, can't wait.
Back off, swab, or I'll unman you where you stand.
All right. I meant no offense.
Some are yet to grasp the true purpose of this place.
Look at you, playing the politician. Your crew respects you. I see that.
It's mutual. Are you surprised?
My experience with authority is uneven.
We don't want to roll with the Iron Fist. We have weapons for that. It's a common goal, we ask.
Muggy! Hey there, Muggy. What are you doing? Look at your fetching little face.
They know each other.
Careful with that one. He's as much a scoundrel as any of us.
Was Moggy a name for
My grandfather owned a place like this, on Black Island.
cat?
Had the best plantain in the West Indies.
That's quite a boast.
It's true nonetheless. When my mother died, it was Grandad who raised me. We ate plantain every day. I'm pretty much made of plantain.
Where's this grandfather now?
Murdered. I'm going to find the one who did it, and vent his skull. It's like this. I'm heir to Grandad's fortune. If you help me recover it, I'll cut you in. Then we'll talk about joining your crew.
Okay.
I
Sounds
see
good.
you're gonna make me work for this.
I'm worth it.
Where is this inheritance?
Grandad's plantation. And we have to be quick. My father and his blood-sucking barrister are after it, no doubt.
You had better be a very good shipwright.
As to that, I'll be back on the Jackdaw patching your sorry sails. Captain.
We have a new officer. Now let's look at the gold. Maybe we have acquired enough. We do have a beautiful garden. Spend some coins further.
How did you climb up here?
How much I have?
Now, what could
Instead
I
of-
add to make it perfect?
No! I got 19,155. So close. And no, I haven't bought the table decoration. Hey, do you want to see my current riches? We are not Uncle Scrooge yet. It looks quite fine, right?
A few more works
Welcome,
should do
Claire.
this place nicely.
I'm on it. We are not missing much. Hey, I wanted to salvage a couple of boats.
More ships mean more money.
Mr. Judge. Ace Ventura. Salvaged. Oh, we don't actually get much. There's 20. Not enough. Did you watch the Humble Life DLC much? Black Island. New What If patch was supposed to fix things. Still had custom played one game, went normal. Second and third game got remade, because you didn't load in, so you got 300 seconds spent. I've actually been there. Is it on the Play Store, the update as well? Maybe it's just the first part of it. Last of the key was searched far away. How can I call my ship? Kinda need it here. You have to uninstall and reinstall it because of the space. There's what we need to. I was just looking at the place.
We've improved the Jackdaw's hull, but it needs more than just joinery. The crew have a part to play as well. They should brace the ship just before we're hit. If we time it right, we'll take less damage. That means less work for me.
Another string to our bow, then.
Perfect price. Great to reduce damage if you time your price to match the damage.
Give me every inch of sail!
Let's hope that works.
We're catching the wind now! A song!
But yeah, definitely. I don't know. Humble Life got quite destroyed. one-sided games and then gone over. Who he can blame? Guys just took his gold. Or camps. And then tomorrow is the G2 Lions, and on Saturday, winner of that match will be played. Come on. Almost broken. What you doing? That's what I thought.
Topsails and gallants!
Jack's ready to grapple him, sir!
Who do you think is gonna win?
Yo, heave-ho! Heave! Heave!
Get the bragging rights once again.
Almost too easy.
Leon hasn't beaten LPL or LCK team in G2. So we believe. Believe in Caps.
Up the shrouds, lads. We sail.
What the loot?
Get the tops and royals down.
Some wine, some rum.
Faster now. Calm her down.
I see floating loot.
All right, Jack, sing. Give everything she's got.
Yeah, he's on fire. That's just.
My papa was not a good father. He couldn't make it as a businessman like Grandad. He turned his hand to piracy, but lacked the stomach for it. So he drank.
That's just tells.
And now he wants your inheritance.
Hopefully, what do we want? 3-1. 3-0.
Sorry.
You'll make it up to me.
Calm her down.
That's the first one. what they were thinking.
Hello, Papa.
Your father.
His lackeys. Right on time.
Whatever your father paid them, it wasn't enough.
I remember like Faker playing the Galio. That's just
Raise your voices, me
that game. Last one was so bad for him. Fletcher was able to run around. Destroy everything.
Reel him in, me trunks!
My aim. We have left.
Now
No.
that was pretty.
We do want to lower our wanted level, so do not need fight. This is extra ships. We're not strong enough yet to handle a whole fleet. Or one frigate.
Let's get going.
Straight ahead. Rubbing spoon!
Shitbirds!
The harbor's too dangerous. My father will have it watched. There's a place on the far side of the island where we can dock.
Okay.
Trim as near the wind as you dare. Give everything she's got.
Oh, straight to the rock.
All right, Jack, sing.
Would not have been the first time.
Calm her down.
We were at 6 minutes for Kyo and enemy team remade, so it started.
Right. We should be careful. My father's a drunk, but he's not stupid. And he's mean as a cut snake when money's involved.
Riot!
Quiet as church mice then.
Yes, you were so happy
Lead on.
saying that things would be better. What's happening with this?
Granddad taught me to shoot out here. He had a pair of gold pistols he loved even more than me.
Great drinks. Oh, yeah, it's just for ammunition. I take the right one.
There's a hut near the beach where Granddad used to hide things. I want to check there first. I spent a lot of time in that hut as a kid.
I had a place like it on my father's farm. I'd hide there to escape my chores.
I've already loaded this place.
My father
All the secrets as well.
he was drinking. Once I was stuck there for days. He forgot about me.
Jesus.
On guard! I'll search the hut. I know Granddad's hiding spots.
We do have
Check the
auto
manor.
loot.
The will could be somewhere in his office. We need to find it before my father does. I'll meet you back there.
help.
Prepare to bleed!
Science.
That's it. Key to the warehouse.
Why's Baldwin back? It can't be for any good reason.
The old man sent him packing last time. He damn near shit himself.
Aye, firing those gold pistols over Baldwin's head as he fell all over himself in haste to get away. What a sight that was.
The Kerr's only back because the old man's dead. He wouldn't have the balls otherwise.
Double assassinate them. And they turn their back on me or... Yes! It was fast enough. Now you, lazy guard. Stand up. And lay down. Not a double! Why I feel like I might want to eat today double pepperoni pizza. Oh, it's out! Have you yet tried that? I thought it's coming on for the August batch. That one is in the... okay. John, it is done. Accompanying this letter, you will find the new will. Fully notarized by myself and with old man's signature. It will survive the scrutiny of any English court, I assure you. Arrangements for your daughter's removal are also underway. My associates in the Royal Navy tell me she will be apprehended within the month. In fact, I hear they have solicited the most reportable pirate hunter, Lieutenant Maynard, for the task. After so many long years of waiting, we are almost there. Must bear her esp.
Shit.
Really?
The father in this barrister changed the will and murdered Lucy's grandfather. Lucy will kill him before we find the gold.
In the name of God, I, Theodore Hubert, Braddock, being a sound mind and memory, do declare this my last will and testament, in manner and form, following revoking all former wills by me made. As touching such worldly estate, wherewith it hath pleased God to bless me in this life, I bequeath all my goods in the well-beloved son-in-law John Baldwin, husband of my late daughter Elizabeth, to have the same unto his heirs and assigns forever. I do nominate my said son-in-law John Baldwin to be the sole executioner of this my last will and testament, charging him to see this my will performed according to my true intent and meaning. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and seal this 2nd day of January in the year of our Lord 1720. Signed and declared by Theodore Rupert, Braddock, as and for this last will and testament, in the presence of us who at his request and in the presence of each other have subscribed our names as witnesses hereto. Theodore Rupert Braddock.
Lucy's father and this barrister rewrote the grandfather's will. He gave himself everything.
Greedy bastards. Where can we get the Riot client? Is it here? Install. No, play. Okay, maybe it's not yet there. Let's go tell the bad news to Lucy. We do have a target. Come, come, come! What about to run out into the open?
That's not good.
Yeah, that wasn't me.
You remember this place, Papa? I remember every fucking inch.
I remember your mother letting you out. She was always too soft on you.
Shut up!
Greedy bastard.
I know you killed Granddad, and then stitched me up for it.
You know nothing, girl.
But you're only his son-in-law, aren't you? You won't get anything in the will.
Is that what you think, you little harpy? I get all of it. The will's changed, and he can't change it back now, can he?
It was you! Admit it! You killed him! Say it! Say it!
Who do you think you are?
I'm the one with the gun, Papa.
We burned the whole estate.
Captain Kenway, I don't believe you've met my father.
Nice instruction, right?
You've avenged your grandfather at the least.
But no gold. There was nothing in the hut but his pistols.
And nothing at the manor either. I only found a fake will drafted by your father's barrister.
That slimy coward. He's fled with the gold for certain. We find him, we find it. I'll put word out. If he so much as raises his head anywhere civilized, I'll hear of it.
That was tough back there. Are you all right?
I'm an orphan now. I'm better.
Off we go. Next adventure.
Get them aloft, let's go! More sail! We need to bunch!
Let's ride the squall!
Up yards! Douse topmast sails! All sail! Fill those sticks!
Is it from, like, you download it from Riot's own page? Go through the game pass.
Spanish ensigns! Frigates there! Too powerful, Captain!
Captain, I have a proposition. What do you say to some shore time on that island you're so proud of?
You jest, but you're becoming fond of the place.
In truth, it does leave an aftertaste. I'd assumed that was rum.
You'll be calling it home soon enough.
Let's have a song then. Full sail!
Let's see. How many pickets are actually right? If it was 12 when T1 dropped out. Oh, now it's asking to log in. I'll get that later. I thought you could just download the client. I already have it. The new client isn't out. Invite link Discord friends directly from your League lobby. Share your party link with the friends anywhere. Okay, we are updating. Because it's... I think I only did one stream of this current patch. Or current set. It is logged in with something. I had 24 messages. So after 6-minute queue, game into remake, you queue again and auto load in and get another penalty. I really don't want you to be playing at all. Small indie. Just hiring. Okay, yeah, this is my Wide Rift account. Because Yamaskalo is having a great time. Now it's 450 seconds. Famous party. Is there still no Grogus? Nope. They have the Garen again here. Maybe someday. Like Chunky is halfway there. They already have the belly out.
Fast as you dare.
3,000 meters.
Wait for day, and we get off. Nothing in the galley, nothing in the hole. Skippers turned in with a bag of gold. And we're waiting for day, then we get off.
Maybe someday. Like there's two versions for Trash. I have the Restige version. Hey, loot. Is there a chippy that you would want to see or get? I do remember that you have acquired more than I. It's between these. Ahri, we are waiting for it to come back. You have to get it. Nice.
And go below to your old ditty box. Oh, rock and shake one more drag.
I think I would need to roll a little, but I have enough in-game receipt. Get into Carcass there.
A jolly bunch, eh?
I was so lucky with the trash.
You there once I've finished
I think it
here.
only took a couple of rolls, less than 10.
We best have quiet a while.
Great Nakua. We're almost at the 20k, so we can play. Buy the last upgrade. Oh, chippies you don't get from medals. Oh, okay.
Have you a moment for an old salt?
Blasted, watch yourself,
So,
Dave.
what have you been eating?
Now we have 20k. We have 21.
Done. Come back anytime.
You have a minute, mon ami.
Not yet.
Are they feeding?
Monsieur. Let's make our pockets. Oh, we can actually run from here. Don't need to
I believe
go
there
half
are
the
other
house.
pieces to be found.
From this.
Now, what could I add to make it perfect?
Or is there even more? We can get a guest house. This is the 20k. Which is some pleasure.
I did it. I turned this place into a home. I wonder what Caroline would think of it.
Maximum protection money. I got 2,300 left.
Where did you come from?
Let's empty. Who is our character talking about? You. I don't see it. No, we are just missing all the paintings and Jollies. That's the only. There's so many things that you can put on the shelves. Display a sword. Oh, we could have. Swap those. So many places for swords. Different pistols. So far I only have 4. Not a spot for swords. Nice. Now we have the 5k of maximum limit there. We are broke. Let's get there. Hey, why you bro? My way.
Captain Kenway.
Lucy! Yeah.
Are you the owner of this fine establishment?
Somebody should give us a handkerchief. Seems we have a itchy nose.
You know how he killed Grandad? Shot him with his own gold pistols. Can you believe that? I don't understand what my mother ever saw in him.
What happened to your mother?
Dead since I was young. Poisoned. Grandad had a lot of enemies. They couldn't get to him, so they got her. She always wore a gold locket with the likeness of me in it. It was gone when they found her. Whoever killed her took it. It was a paltry trinket and had no value. They didn't even leave me that.
That's cold. Even for a pirate.
I'll tell you what. This rum's given me a fierce taste for some plantain.
That I can remedy.
Have you had plantain? I do not remember how it tastes. It's not so common here.
Miss Lucy, glad to see you back.
You seem to be settling in.
People like me.
You haven't.
Lucy! Come drink with us!
Next time, I'm with the captain.
Don't look at me!
You're a bit short.
I hear
for
you're a
sailor.
climber.
What are you getting at?
A small wager.
Race.
A race to the villa.
So long as you're not adverse to being embarrassed.
Hey! You're faster than you look!
Oh, keep your sideways insults! You're slower than you look! You're going to lose this one!
Oh!
All right. You won.
You weren't so bad.
Don't.
We easily won it.
Food and a view. A just prize.
Or we supposed to.
This whole
Loot.
place
Give it
reminds
heroin.
me of... Grandad owned a lot of stuff in his day, but these he prized above all else. Is it not strange that the things he treasured most were what killed him?
I didn't peg you as sentimental.
Old storm in the back
You
room.
can't deny the devilish symmetry. My father killed Grandad. I killed him. All of it done with these. Here. You earned them.
I won't take your grandfather's prized pistols.
Will you not? I trust you know the difference between won't and can't, because I can't.
I thought she was supposed to eat.
Take them. You'll never find better. Try not to be a baby about it.
We got rare pistols, not legendary. So far this, while animals pistols do not consume ammunition. These do deal more damage, throw speed is a bit slower. Where is the game taking us next? Back to Havana. Meet Lucy there. Actually, it seems we haven't sailed that. Guess we go for it. I can see if we can.
Old fellow.
Yeah, what you want?
A good captain.
Upgrade
he takes
something.
care of his men.
I had
yes?
2k.
The sailors are un peu dissatisfied that there are no women of comfort here. I know just where to find them, but we need to build them a home.
6k. Sorry. No ladies for you.
Got an ear for me, Cap.
How much you want? 2.5k.
Later, then.
I'm saving for other boats.
Have you business to contract with me?
Boat chasers. Not happy. Hull. It's 15k. Yeah, that's what we are saving for. The ammo is fine. More cannons. Nothing.
Another time, no doubt.
Are here waiting for more and more.
Captain, I received word. The barrister who forged my father's will has been seen at Havana.
That's worth looking into.
Thank you, Lucy.
Give me more sail! Loose and trim tight! Ride the wind!
Good sailor! Now prove it, my trumps!
Faster now!
This is definitely one of the safest spots. We need like a lot of more defensive firepower to take on the first fort. Let's save this other. We can always run over one schooner.
Cannons! Royals!
Loot it!
Bring ship to anchor!
Catch me some wind.
Ride the wind, for all she's worth.
Ease her off.
We are on our way. Why is our ship so badly hurt?
Fresh meat here if you were mind to hunt it down, cabin.
Loading the hard with this time. Yeah, I think more of this after the day will be on Tuesday. Let's play Kingdom Deliverance 2 tomorrow. So.
Spanish colors, cabin. Rig rigging.
Let's get some, I suppose. Oh yeah, there's the fort.
Cargo adrift there, sir.
Can't get that. Oh, we shouldn't go through that.
Ease up. Get the borders.
Reef in all tops. As much sail as you can! Fire!
Successful! Oh, you little boatman. Stay down. We are anchoring quite far away. My aim with the cannon. Well, double take down. Let's lower. We do have one spot though. Let's lower.
Let's get going.
See some loot.
Get up those shrouds. Let's move.
7,000.
Trim as near the wind as you dare. Raise your voices, me trumps.
Sally Brown, she's the gal for me, boys. Row, boys, row, boys, row. Sally Brown, she's the gal for me, boys. We had Sally Brown. Down to Trinidad to see Sally Brown, boys. Row, boys, row, boys, row. Down to Trinidad to see Sally Brown, boys. We had Sally Brown. She's lovely on the
Yeah, just imagining this time of. Hey, we can actually take this.
Oh, Captain Baker, how do you store your cargo?
Oh no, it's a frigate. No, we cannot. Not enough firepower or defense. That's too close.
Way high and up she rises. Way high and the blocks at different heights. One more post, don't you hear the mate a bawling? One more pole, that's the end of our hauling. Sally Brown, she's the gal for me, boys. Sally Brown, she's the gal for me, boys.
Who are fighting there? The English and Spain.
As I rolled out one morning, away you go, Napoleon. As I rolled out one morning, I met a lady fair. Timmy, hey, ring a ding a ding a ha ha. Good morning, ladies all. Away you go, Napoleon.
Here.
Good morning, ladies all. The first time that I saw her, away you roll, Napola. The first time that I saw her, that saucy gal of mine. Hey, hey, jigga, 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 ha, ha. Good morning, ladies all. Away you roll, Napola. Hey, hey.
Burning ship.
Good morning, ladies all. But when she found that I was skint, away you rode Napoleon. But when she found that I was skint, she left me standing there. Timmy, hey, ring a jigga jigga ha ha. Good morning, ladies all. Away you rode Napoleon. Timmy, hey, ring a jigga jigga ha ha. Good morning, ladies all. I squared me yards and sailed away, away.
Do we need a cutter?
Ease her off.
I squared me yards and sailed away, and to the nearby went.
The wind is shifting, Captain.
Good morning.
Well, this sunk. Sorry, I got big pouch.
All up the royals.
Matanzas.
More sail. We need to budge.
Island side and I haven't been to. Get on this island.
Make her run you like you squeeze us running down you.
just to have a viewpoint.
Get them aloft and furling.
Sidetracked.
All right, leave
once
off,
again.
Jack.
Come on, let's get us on shore.
Es cierto lo que dicen. Tiene un cocodrilo por animal de compañía.
Let's pet the cat.
Increíble.
Come here, you.
Important. Guard caught stealing from the warehouse has been fed to Lucio, and his personal effects sent to my room. Anyone else who finds themselves tempted by similar stress would do well to consider the fate of this effect. This warehouse, there's a
What was that for?
¿Te ha gustado el regalo, Lucía?
Lucia's feeding schedule. Lucia is to be fed on meat. There must be no metal or other digestible left on a carcass given to her. Feeding times are twice daily, at dusk and dawn. Anyone who risks the safety of my crocodile by deviating from these requirements will become her next meat. Pet crocodile. The crocodile in the pond won't eat the carcass with synchronize. Multiple quests. Available. Hi, Barney! What's gonna be thrown at me? Is that the place for the pet crocodile?
That's that. His crookfoot.
Wait! Did he have the key?
Huh? Searching him was your duty.
My duty?
Go up to the villa and ask the boss yourself.
If the key is lost, you can just pin it on me.
Boss said I had the hard business, didn't he? Subdue one of our own, announce his crimes, and then throw him to Lucia. You had to collect his effects, his gun, his boots, his keys.
Oh, God.
You had to, but you didn't. dare are you, crocodile? We're gonna fight it though.
What a place to keep the bleeding warehouse key.
I do want the crocodile carcass. How are we gonna get it? It seems to be more scared of us than... One crocodile down. We can skip it.
It'll do.
2 leathers. Do I make my own boots from these? Where's the warehouse? There's some gold. Golden items.
¡Ha terminado!
What extract? No, this is not the warehouse itself. Like a guest house. You can take me down. Having my marksman aiming at us. Just... This guy's heard some things.
¡Venga pues! ¡No lo perdáis de vista! ¡Vete ya!
¡Maldita sea! ¡Granada suelta!
It's a grenade.
¡No te escaparás tan fácilmente, maldito! ¡Muere! ¡Muere!
Hey, there's the photomod, by the way. I was looking for it on Monday, and on Tuesday.
Easy.
Can you stop ringing the bell?
Voy a tocar la campana.
Okay, now we have a couple of cards. There is some. Another note. Important. A guard got stealing. Oh, hey. Yeah. And this is the warehouse. Now it has a timer. And we have a Mayan statue here. Is this with the trees, by the way? Another X marks the spot. We needed 12 of these. This is my second. So what you need to do is go into this black and white mode. Then move around. Oh. That was a waterfall, but there was no soldiers. We have a beautiful shore. Return to the ship. Are we missing anything? I see some. Somebody. Let's look at the two chests. Oh, there's one in there and then one in the house. And a crocodile that I actually already took care of. This time no jellyfish trying to sting us while we are looping. And the other one was in the middle of the house. Daytime. Not that many guards.
Hemos hecho, señor.
Sober enough to have a fight. Are we taking care of the chests? Is this another message? Ah, there's a letter. Let's see if we can get another card.
Venga, pues.
Let's try my map. Hey, who's next? Oh, there's plenty of you.
Your last mistake, mate. Too slow.
You got some fancy moves. No, I can. Like, game is showing that there's another treasure in the book. I think that is true. Thought I looted him. Yeah. It was just showing that there had to be the key. Now for one later. There. It was on this side.
Another bottle with a letter in.
There we have it. Pirate book. There's a big treasure hunt available. If you truly want to. We can feed all the turtles, just the ones on my island. Would you want to live on an island? No near shops. You can grow many things though.
Give me more sail.
Let's see what Lucy wants.
Crowd it all.
It's been a while since we were in Havana.
Let's have a song then.
Who's on the island? Or would you want to be on the island? And who what? We ain't gonna break this. Downwind.
Up the shrouds, lads. We sail.
We did get
Loose and trim tight. Ride the wind.
Check those royals.
Would the island need to have internet?
Give everything she's got.
Santa Rosa. Let's give it a kiss. Sorry, I'm a bad driver.
Fast as you dare.
You would want to have people you know with you on the island.
Calm her down.
And internet is a must.
Those stores should be brimming with cargo. We're catching the wind now!
Naval contracts 1.
Ease the mains off the wind.
I'm like praying at the ship here.
All sail. Fill those sticks.
Well, the harbor is on the other side. Can't fight here.
Clew up foremast rig.
Too close. The fortress city.
Full sail. Crowded all.
Man your seats!
What would you farm on the island?
Gallants, royals, fire! Be still,
What spices would you take with you? Like having fish and then something.
I have a proposition.
Tell us a tale. Of the Hercules, sink a ship, fire barrels. Greetings, privateer. A villainous Spanish captain is responsible for slaying a number of my employees most brutally and callously. Board his ship and put an end to him so that others may be spared a similar fate. The law of the ocean. Do we have is this a timed event? So you would be like growing your own chilies. Many variations of them. To keep the supply going. To have access for the spicy food. I think like salt you can get from seawater. You just need to distill it. Get the drinking water and then the salt. How do you like coconuts? I'm actually not the biggest fan of them.
So, we're after a craft by the name of Hercules and the captain who commands her.
It's Captain Kenway. Mr. Van der Groff is sure to appreciate your help on this, sir.
Lucy will be waiting in town.
Let me take your mind off of things. And
I don't need to lunch. Allergic to coconuts. And it's just different things that you will be drinking.
What can I do for you?
It must be real water, not coconut water. These are just for art collection. Yeah. Oh, we do have a button to sell all trade goods. That's right.
Thanks for the business.
You're welcome, and thanks for the money. Oh, I chose another mission. Monkey business. Let's go do that.
No es culpa mía.
It was on a boat, right? Yes. Look how friendly I was.
Esos marineros andrajosos del puerto trajeron unas frutas raras con espina. ¿Te has enterado de lo que le pasó al mercader y a su mono?
Sí, una lástima. Ese mono no se despegaba de...
Rescató al mono.
This must be the boat that the merchant and his monkey were taken to.
¡Ah! Hijo de puta, come mierda. Está muerto, ¿te enteras? Deja de pelear. Puede que te corte las manos.
One down.
Vas a morir por
I need to go. Oh. That hit me, okay. My monkey.
I'll give you that. It's too late for your master. But the jackdaw might have room for a steadfast scoundrel like you.
We have a new pit available. Yeah, now it opened. So far we have 3 cats. Oh, cheetah. Albert the monkey. I thought it could have been something else. More of something. Really. Just looking over path. Be quick. My bad.
Esos marineros andrajosos del puerto trajeron...
So when are we gonna take a trip to Cuba? I think the cities of Havana will look a little bit different. Yeah, I don't understand anything about fashion. How people are wearing these kind of clothes.
¿Has visto ballenas?
Come now, I'm friends. We're 10 of those other...
Okay, like looking our pirate captain here, yeah, that's a way different thing. Look kind of badass.
We are your men.
Fancy badass, but still badass. Where is Lucy? Sit and wait. There's hers.
Havana is a long way from your grandfather's plantation on Black Island. Are you sure about this?
It makes sense. Grandad had a small cabin on a beach just north of the town. It's a quiet place, out of the way. When I was very young, Mama and I would go there. If I was going to hide something, that's where I would hide it.
You think the barrister
Let's
has your
get the
gold there?
gold.
That coward wouldn't risk being seen for no reason. I know that. There's something there. The beach with Grandad's cabin is to the north, past the town.
This barrister seems well connected for a simple lawyer. How did your father come to know him?
For as long as I can remember, he was around our family. Even before Mama died. I never liked him.
Thanks to the follow,
He wears
Jesus
a big
Belus.
wig, has a fake
How you
smile,
doing today?
and stinks of lavender.
There was a letter at Black Island that said it was him who put the redcoats on your trail.
Yes. When we find him, I mean to bring that up.
We are here for good luck. Now, I do want to know what is this icon here. It's a warehouse. We are going towards it. Let's go loot it. There's many of them have had a lot of good resources.
Estas tierras son mías. No tenéis derecho sobre ellas.
Cálmese, señor. Hablaré con el capitán.
Más te vale. O iré a buscarlo yo mismo.
Follow the officer. Not assassinate him. Not yet. Better go this way. Yes.
El terrateniente está aquí, furioso, y se niega a ceder la plantación. Voy a hablar con el capitán.
Pierdes el tiempo. Tendrás suerte si el capitán no le propina una paliza.
So greedy. That was a failed landing. He's going that way. Let's see if we can sabotage it.
¡Te sacaré las tripas!
Stealth failed. So here we are.
Got you! Up and over! You'll have to be quicker.
Oh, 1 second. Hold on, that's right. I need to loot this guy to see if I can get some. I did get 1 potion back. Hey. There you are. Are we now cool? Yeah, I kinda lost the officer because of that mistake. Hey. some money. Okay, we're back. Back on track. Rope is actually quite nice.
Now we dance.
Warehouse itself, 95 meters.
No podrás despistarnos.
Or from the time parry works.
Try this.
It is so OP. Okay.
Se te acabó lo bueno.
Let's clear up the areas. We can just empty the warehouse. Where is the big door? Oh, on this side. There's at least two more. First, deal with. Ah, he's still drunk at the same time. That is no excuse to stay alive. No, that's Assasin. Or pirate. Nonetheless. Loot is mine. $1,250. There is a new treasure map also acquired. That is nice. Let's see about this place. What do we have here? We did actually sail by this fortress to the right. I remember there was something on the shore. I can always use the front door.
Aquí no se te ha pagado el transporte. ¿Qué es esta tarifa?
Puestos, seguridad y otros gastos de manipulación.
¿Gastos de manipulación? Menuda engañifa. ¿Qué vendrá después?
Greedy bastards.
¡Atacad! Pronto estarás criando más vacas.
¡Atrévete!
Okay, my defense is really bad here.
Got you! Vas a morir por eso.
¡Quita esa bandija!
Try this!
It's way safer if you just try to parry. My attacks are not strong enough.
Easy. Your last mistake, mate.
There's more people coming.
Now we dance.
At least one more. More from the inside. Oh yeah, yeah. Will this ever end? Let's look at this side of the building. Here's some free food. Access to outside if we truly need. He was a poor guard. I wasn't even sneaking around. There should be more guards, at least upstairs. One is on the front door. Just taking the 4 steps. I was here.
No handling fee for this one.
My loot. Spanish cut rapier. New sword. Already took one of the forts here in. I think the layout is quite same-ish. There we had to like empty the warehouse. That's far away. Seconds.
Vamos, cogedlo. Voy a sacarte el hígado, socio.
Dispersaos.
We can assassinate the people.
No te salvará.
Okay. Backtapping one. What was their deal? Who had captured them? We don't know. Did get 300 pearls. Yeah, that is the one I was looking for. Last time we had a chest. There. It's not too hard to get back up, so. Castellamaro. Moro is one way to say hi, actually, in Finnish. If you didn't know. Let's look at the map and... oh. Take that one as well. Now that we are here. Can't leave treasure behind. And where was this? In front of the castle. Yes. Oh, those three are still waiting for the money that I took care of. The shipment that they had to pay extra.
Not good enough! How dare you! Please! Spare me! I'll share it with you!
It's not yours to share, mate.
Find the buried treasure by the beach. There we have...
There's a spade here.
Dig in, boys. Cute crab.
That's a grand sight. There's a letter.
Show me.
Oh, and there's the amulet.
This is my mother's. Fuck. It was Papa. I got him, Mama.
You tell anyone you saw me cry, and I'll bury you next to that fucking barrister.
Not a word.
Very good. Neatly folded letter. Did it start a new quest a little bit? No, this is the ambush location that I... There's still something undiscovered in heaven. Maybe it's related to the Templar Hunt quest. I don't think I can take 3-star yet. You could see that. The eagle was not happy. Why else would it leave some feathers?
What foolishness is this?
gunshots. Something's up.
¡No he hecho nada! ¡Pare! ¡Piedad!
Who's be shooting at where?
It's Rona, right?
Kenway, looking for trouble, I assume.
See, you haven't lost your charm.
And you're still boozy as a swilter. What you want?
I've come to warn you. Your life's in danger.
Aren't you the crafty one? Whatever gave it away?
Possibly I had a hand in selling a sensitive document to one of those Templar chaps you're so fond of.
Congratulations, your mission was a success.
How can I make amends?
You sober enough for target practice?
Anything for a lady.
Help me kill these men.
The Assassin's part of the game beginning. We did betray them. We didn't even know ever.
I'll take care of this one.
Now we dance.
Come on!
Put powder barrels around the bureau. That'll give those soldiers a cracking surprise.
Is that powder action near the entrances? Oh, okay. Make it short. How many we gonna use? That's gonna hurt them a lot. Oh, there's one more entrance. I can make it.
Voy a hundir la cabeza.
Ah, I'm hurt.
Prueba eso conmigo.
Oh. Steven is having her all 1-on-1.
Get a trap with powder kegs.
I could say that the trap is still there. Let's just shoot
With a
them.
powder keg.
This is the final one. Oh, there's more.
Set a trap with powder kegs.
They're gonna really blow up.
Surprise them with a powder keg. They're coming from everywhere! Fire at the powder keg!
Don't worry about it. I have this type of tool as well.
¡Coged al cerdo! ¡Ahora! ¡Atacad! No vivirás para arrepentirte.
Got you!
You may try.
Drag a powder keg over there!
I can say that all the power kegs are at their place.
I've got more than enough powder to take care of them.
You do. It's just my bad aim that's.
Drag a powder keg over there!
That place has two.
got more than enough powder to take care of them. Those big guys fire a snapper at that keg!
Smaller dudes.
Too slow, shitbird.
Reloading our weapon. Quest. I yet do not have
Is this your new persona?
both pistols
Sir
available.
Edward of Havana rescues damsels in distress.
And does it suit me, Mopsy?
Better than your old personality. Really, Edward, why are you here?
Yes. Well, there's a key. Most likely in the pocket of your Templar suitor. I need it.
Really? And why don't you want this key for myself?
Rona, I know you're no stranger to a man's boots, but the suit this key unlocks won't fit you.
I'll tell you what. If I think of a chore that requires the help of an especially simple fellow, I'll let you know.
Thank you. And by the way, you are welcome. We did make her be in the shop.
The chest must be somewhere back there.
Leave this area.
I got you open. Pay for that.
That was a nice double assassination.
Keep up!
I'll cut you up!
You really want the piece of me?
Not today!
How many of you? I can still hear one yelling.
Your last mistake,
There's the perfect time. Okay, now. Loot. Not even 200. It is fine. Here's one just. Now, what was our character saying? That there's like a treasure chest. Was this where I came from? No.
It has
Let's feed the chicken.
I've seen drunken sailors with more manners than you lot.
Flip. I wish to say that you're happy. Here? Nope. More for Rona. Let's see about this spot. That is Cathedral of... Oh no, that's not the place.
Thieves and attackers. That's an interesting coincidence.
Yeah, we kind of had
my
a...
offer, Rona.
Yes, as I'm indisposed, and my sense of duty runs
discussion
deeper than my
with the
pride,
Templars.
there's a situation I hope you can
Got paid.
investigate.
Go thrown into...
Mind, I said investigate a situation, not create one.
Yes, Mum. What is it?
A rash of thefts and mischief. Seems too convenient it started at the same time as these bureau attacks. Could you see what you can find out round the market?
A boozy swill tab like me? Are you sure? I won't let you down.
It would be hard to get much lower than this.
I think it is time to end. $13 and half. Next time, Tuesday, more Black Flag. Tomorrow, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. There I have 18 hours. Who are we gonna read? Okay. Someone else. That was not possible. Oh. Let's see Johnny side quest. No idea who they are, but they just got blown up by a cannonball. They do hurt. They hurt a lot. But thanks for today, chat. I really appreciate you being here. I hope you have a great rest of the night, and I will be live tomorrow 5 p.m. No, it's Friday. I could probably do earlier if I can just have a great sleep. We'll see. Thanks for today. Hope to see you tomorrow. Bye bye.